I call to order City Council regular meeting August 19th at 7 p.m. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Chen.
Here.
Mr. Wagner.
Here.
Mr. McCulto.
Here.
Mr. Pinkish.
Here.
Mr. Denmark.
Here.
Ms. Sloan. Here. Mr. Mayor.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Citizens' comments on any agenda item except those items scheduled for public hearing. Those who have signed in will be given the first opportunity to speak on any agenda item except those scheduled for a public hearing. Do we have anybody?
Ms. Linda from Turnagain Community Clinic. Come on up to the podium, please. Linda, could you press the button on that microphone? There you
Can you hear me now? Oh, excellent. Thank you for having us here tonight. My name is Linda. I'm with the Girdwood Health Clinic. Actually, that's the old name. The new name is called the Turnagain Community Clinic, so bear with me. We literally just changed the name last week. So I bought some new stuff that has our name on it. So I am here tonight to talk about the work of community health workers. I am a community health worker at our clinic, which means we work with integrated with our providers in addressing the social determinants of health. Many people don't have access to transportation. There's food insecurities, access to health care, and so much more. We help with disability cases. We help with addictions. We help when there are cases of domestic violence. There are many people in this particular community that we've helped with social determinants. In fact, my coworker who is here with me tonight, Miss Ellen in the back there, she and I just delivered senior food boxes. Those are monthly food boxes for low-income seniors. It's an application process through the Department of Public Assistance. At any rate, just one of the jobs that we do here. The reason I wanted to present specifically on the work of community health workers is because Senator Kathy Giessel is very interested in the movement that we are making, the progress we are making as community health workers. We have an advisory council to the state. The Turnagain Community Clinic is has a member that's on that council. The Pacific Community of Alaska, they are on that council, and the Alaska Literacy Program is on that council. So together we partner to bring awareness to the work of addressing those social determinants. So Kathy Giessel would like to come and visit Whittier next week on the 29th. It's a Friday. I've talked to some of you individually about what to expect, what she is focused on. She has changed her schedule a couple of times, but right now she would like to be here beginning at 9 o'clock in the morning on Friday, the 29th. She has chosen this week because it is the week of National Community Health Worker Awareness. So she really wants to bring attention to addressing those social determinants. The items we focus on for for Whittier community is food insecurity and transportation. Those are the big issues we have right now. Setting up a formal food pantry has been challenging, but we have some good people in the community who've been helpful, the local pastors, and then, of course, Mr. Jason Cates, who's been wonderful at helping with these services and has been very instrumental in helping us, partnering with us and getting health fairs together here. So there's people we work with, but we'd like to see something that is in a partnership with the Food Bank of Alaska. That way it could bring some more funding for the community. We're also looking at transportation. Transportation is extremely challenging, as it is in most remote communities. So we are having talks about how that would work to get patients to their appointments. We can barely get them to Girdwood, much less to a higher level of care in Anchorage, for quite often for treatment, such as radiation, chemotherapy, wound care. There is so much more that we in Girdwood can't offer, and I know that the services are limited here. So that is what I came to present tonight, and would like to speak to people and tell me what your ideas are, what you'd like to present to Senator Giesel and her staff when they come on Friday the 29th. As I said, she's specifically interested in the social determinants, how we can better address them for our community. I also want to add that when the clinic shut down here, we were asked if we could staff the clinic. We are not able to. We can barely staff clinic. And so you've made good use of the clinic that was provided to you, which is why addressing those social determinants are even more important since there aren't any medical services firsthand here. So that is what she's interested in, what would work for this community to help people. I guess that's all I have to say. Oh, and I do want to say we have a table in the back with some information because as most of you know, we are primary care service at the Girdwood Health Clinic. We have all kinds of services there. We are now offering an integrated substance treatment for alcohol and opioid abuse. We have someone who specializes in addressing those addictions so that people don't have to go to Anchorage to get treatment. We can take care of that at the clinic. That is huge right now, addiction. And for alcohol as well, we have treatment there as well. We have Al-Anon meetings, we have behavioral health, we have therapy, and we have medication management. So for people who need medication for behavioral health, we have an expert who can manage the medication. Please come to our table. We've got some swag with our new label on it, our new clinic's name. Thank you again. I appreciate all of you.
Thank you.
Mavis, would you like to come up at this time?
Good afternoon. Well, good evening. My name is Mavis, and I am with the Pacific Community of Alaska. We wanted to present to this committee or this council on.
Hey, Mavis.
Just getting to that. I actually have to call in some of our team that are out of state to bring more context to the issue that we're facing as American Samoans here in Alaska, most particularly Whittier, with the most recent prosecutions that are going on right now. So about 11 of them are currently being arraigned. And there's a lot of discussion around understanding the parameters or the legal parameters of voting within the state or whichever level, whether it's federal, local, or state. There's a lot of confusion around the legislative structure when it comes to voting for American Samoans, as many have been recently sort of educated on what U.S. nationals are eligible for, which rights they are allotted under the Constitution. Of course, with the current arrangements and the current prosecutorial duties being handled, we also feel that it is a point of education for a lot of community, whether you are an American Samoan resident residing in Alaska or in any other state, or you are an agency that is assisting with voting, such as the Election Commission, or of course with our canvassing and those that are actually in these facilities, so that they're also aware. Because I can also say that in coming to Alaska, I was also asked to vote. But knowing my rights, because of legal background, I actually declined the offer to vote and to sign up to vote, because I knew where my rights were in being a U.S. national. Unfortunately, for a lot of our lay community, that information is not necessarily as clear cut. And of course, where those that are in offices such as the election committee or those at the port, like at the voting booths, are not properly instructed on what rights are there, the information becomes very blurred. And this is why our call to action for this is that we use this opportunity to educate all community, whether you're American Samoan citizen or not, on what our rights are when it comes to Constitution and what is legislatively allowed. So with me today, I also have Mr. Neil Weir with Rights to Democracy to speak to the legislative or the legal process and where it is right now with our residents here in Whittier. Neil?
Hi there. Can people hear me okay?
I think so, yes.
Perfect.
Just give me
My
one.
name's Neil Weir. I'm co-director of Rights to Democracy. We represent.
Mr. Mayor, just in your agenda, you have limited time.
And
I was wondering if you need
Neil?
to extend time for them, for the record.
Sorry, give me one moment.
Go ahead.
What did you say,
Can you hear me
Victor?
okay?
I want to make a point that we have limited time per speaker, and this is an important matter, and I was wondering if you needed to extend.
Okay, I'd be
time
happy
for the
to
record.
I just wanted to
ask
give a quick
council
update
to please
on,
extend
One
the
moment.
state of
the
case,
presentation.
And where things
Um,
stand. And also happy to answer any questions that council members or others may have.
Yes,
So the Alaska Court of Appeals is currently considering
Neil?
an appeal into Bay
Neil?
case. Mhm.
Okay, we have, they've,
We need to ask council to extend the time. Council, would you allow for a longer presentation, please? Just a poll's fine.
Yes.
Please proceed. Sorry for the interruption.
okay, go ahead. Neil, you're back on.
Great, thank you for that, council. As I was saying, the Alaska Court of Appeals is currently considering Chupe Smith's appeal from the district court's decision addressing what it means for someone to, quote, intentionally commit voter fraud. Briefing is underway, and Alaska recently filed its response brief to Ms. Smith's opening brief, where they noted at least a dozen times that there may be what's known as a mistake of law defense. And that's where state or local officials provide defendants an incorrect information that reasonably caused them to be confused. And this is something that came up in the council's special meeting last May, where some council members suggested writing a letter to the Attorney General explaining how confusion at the state and local level may have contributed to American Samoan community members receiving contradictory information on whether they could vote or not. This was something that also came up in recent Alaska House Judiciary Committee hearings, as well as in the Alaska State Senate, where state and other officials testified as to how the status of so-called non-citizen national has caused confusion at all levels of Alaska state government. So we wanted to, again, address the council and provide information that indeed it would be helpful for the council to provide the Alaska Attorney General that factual information in terms of being able to benefit the Whittier residents who've been charged, and some of whom are even being pressured by the state to accept plea deals, whether or not they did anything wrong. So any information that the council or others in the city of Whittier have regarding information that may have been provided to American Samoans about their eligibility to vote would certainly be helpful in providing that information for as the Attorney General continues to make decisions and exercising their prosecutorial discretion. This is something that would be important to show the American Samoan community support as they deal not only with these critical legal issues, but also with some real important family issues. The family matriarch, Millie Suley, just underwent the first of several surgeries for, she's recently diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. She's also recovering from her hemorrhagic stroke she suffered after she and her children were charged with these alleged crimes. And having support from the community at this time would go a long ways. You know, despite these health problems, Alaska again continues to aggressively prosecute her and her other family members, seeking up to 5 to 10 years in jail. So that's kind of the legal update. I don't know if you're able to get my colleague Charles Aliima on the line. I don't think he's on now. I could speak to some of the points that he was planning to raise if he's not on, Davis.
I don't believe we did manage to get a hold of Charles, so.
Okay, that's fine. I'll go ahead and address a few more issues that came up at the last city council meeting, and where there were some issues of American Samoa's history that were raised and discussed. And it's important to understand this history within the context of this present situation. One point that my colleague Charles Aliima really emphasizes is that if someone moves from Alaska or another state to American Samoa, they are in fact allowed to vote in local elections. And so this can cause confusion when people from American Samoa move stateside, particularly when they are instructed by public officials at the state or local level that they may be eligible to vote and that they should check a box indicating they're a U.S. citizen in the absence of some other box stating that they are a non-citizen U.S. national. In terms of American Samoa's history, American Samoa has now been part of the United States for 125 years. When the leaders of American Samoa transferred sovereignty to the United States, they did so on the understanding that they would be recognized as citizens. This was the law under both international law and domestic law at the time. Further, they did not believe that recognition of U.S. citizenship would present any threat to their land or culture. After the United States Navy informed them that they would not be recognized as citizens based on a series of racist Supreme Court cases known as the Insler cases, they fought for decades for Congress to recognize them as U.S. citizens, only to be denied based on racism and discrimination. Today, American Samoa remains a proud part of the United States. And so as long as American Samoa is part of the United States, the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment guarantees a right to citizenship that no official, federal, state, or local can deny. We have more information on the history of American Samoa and its relationship to the United States issues of citizenship in a presentation by Attorney Charles Alaima and other experts that's available on our website at righttodemocracy.us. So with that, happy to answer any questions that people may have. Otherwise, I'll thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Neil. That was excellent.
Any questions from the council at this time?
I had a question about how come they're denied citizenship rights, and like some clarity on it, because our attorneys did a report for us, and they said that some aspects of the government were not what's the word? Went against parts of our Constitution. I believe that's like the 14th Constitution. You maybe could help me out, Holly, is something regarding like there were family ties within government, and then restrictions on land ownership, and that was incompatible with our Constitution. Therefore, it was a component of. Help me. Thanks, Holly.
I know, absolutely, and I'll defer to Richard on this. Oh, do I not have that on? Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, I see. There we go. It's a mute. It's a mic button, not a mute button. Got it. So yes, and I will defer to Richard because this he's really taken lead on this matter. But I will say that we based our understanding on the Supreme Court case and the findings of the United States Supreme Court. And the history that was reported there. But that said, to the extent that there are reports by historians and that present a different history, that's absolutely worth considering. We were basing it on what the court has found. So I think unless you defer.
I'll just add that the cases that Mr. Weir refers to, they are called the insular cases. There are a series of cases from the United States Supreme Court, and admittedly, they are quite old, but they remain controlling law in the United States of America. The 14th Amendment does not apply, unfortunately, to non-citizen nationals from American Samoa when it comes to voting rights. Congress has never extended the 14th Amendment to American Samoa, and the United States Supreme Court has not yet overruled itself with respect to those decisions. History aside.
Isn't it because the initial reasons that they treated that territory differently has still not changed?
That is my understanding, yes.
So, Neil, this is Mayor Blair, and I sent you a copy of the letter that we considered in a resolution, and it seems like we have an opportunity to improve the tone of that letter, or does the letter encapsulate essentially what would be considered beneficial to our American Samoa Whittier residents?
Neil, did you hear the question?
Thanks. I think I did. I'm just a little bit behind. So first, to address the mayor's question, I do think that a letter to the Attorney General would be helpful. I think the draft letter that was shared at a prior meeting in tone and substance, would not be very helpful. That what is important is to address the factual considerations that it appears that some, if not many, American Samoans in the Whittier community were informed that they could be eligible to vote or run for office, and in fact did so. They also received contradictory information from state and other officials, all leading to a very confusing web of situations that now has led to Alaska to prosecute them, facing 5 to 10 years in jail. And just to address something that Richard raised regarding the insular cases, this is something that we've worked on and studied on for many years, litigating these issues. In point of fact, none of the insular cases addressed issues of the 14th Amendment or the Citizenship Clause. The constitutional issues they addressed had to do with the Uniformity Clause, as well as the issue of jury trials. And just in the last 5 years, the Supreme Court of the United States has informed lower courts that they're not to extend the insular cases to new legal issues or facts. Just a few years ago, Justice Neil Gorsuch and Justice Sotomayor, coming from two very different ideological perspectives, called on the court to overrule the insular cases. So while they remain good law, they do not address the issue of the Citizenship Clause, something that federal judges have recognized in decisions. The trial court in a prior case, Fidesimano versus United States, recognized people born in American Samoa as citizens. The 10th Circuit, in a 2-1 opinion, reversed that decision. The Supreme Court did not take that up on appeal, so these issues remain unresolved. And because the Supreme Court has not resolved these issues, it is in fact the duty of every official in the United States, again, from the President of the United States down to state or local officials, to follow the command of the 14th Amendment, which is clear. If you're born on U.S. soil under U.S. sovereignty, you have a right to citizenship, regardless what any public official or action of Congress even says. The Constitution's guarantee is clear here, as it is in other contexts as well, where these issues are being discussed in American law. And separate and apart from that, though, is this important issue that actually the Alaska prosecutors raised in this case, which is this mistake of law issue that in fact, if these individuals who've been charged had a reasonable reliance on officials made by public officials, whether at the state or local level, that would be a defense to the allegations that have been made against them. Because these are systemic errors, it's not a one-off, or it's not just related to one of these individuals, but rather it's a statewide, and in fact, many municipalities in Anchorage have also sent contradictory information. We think this is a reason for the state of Alaska to reconsider its prosecutorial discretion in these cases, and whether it even makes sense to continue proceeding on them. Another fact that has become, the state has been made aware of, is my understanding in this case, is that beyond the constitutional citizenship arguments, there are also statutory citizenship arguments for a majority of the defendants. Among these individuals who have been charged, they have parents and grandparents who were born stateside. So under statutory federal law, existing statutory federal law, they are actually recognized as citizens. And so you have the state of Alaska prosecuting people based upon what would be shown to be an incorrect factual assumption that they're not citizens.
Mr. Mayor, can we pick this up when we get to the resolution? So we don't have to rehash this all over again?
Neil, I'm sorry, we've reached our 30-minute comment period, and we have scheduled to hear this letter, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming down to Whittier. Thank you. Approval of agenda and consent agenda.
Wait, did you already finish public comments? The mayor just stated that we have reached the 30-minute time limit on public comments. So if the number of speakers is more than the 30 minutes given, the mayor may allow any remaining persons the opportunity to speak first during citizen discussion.
Okay, so we're at approval of agenda and consent agenda. Um, cons- All items indicated with an asterisk, consent agenda items are not considered separately. And the item is returned to regular agenda. So I'm not following this agenda. Or I thought we were fixing to accept the agenda.
Are you looking?
Okay. I'd ask for a motion to approve tonight's agenda and consent agenda.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Discussion? Victor?
I guess before you make the approval agenda, there is a conflict of interest I'd like to declare on resolution 25. Hold on a second, where is it at? Oh, no, not resolution, no objection to Wild Catch Cafe alcohol renewal. That's on the consent agenda, but I'd like to declare a conflict of interest due to the owner being a relative of mine.
It doesn't benefit you.
So, Madam Clerk, it seems like the appropriate thing to do is just take that item out of the consent agenda. Okay. In addition to that item identified by Victor, I'd like to take I would like to remove the commission appointments. Is there any further discussion?
Is there a reason
Yeah,
what's the reasoning for removing the commission
Anything that you-
appointments?
Pardon?
What's I guess I'm confused with the reason of removing the commission appointments.
From the consent
Okay,
agenda.
Just
It
wanna make
means
sure.
that I want to speak to it.
I want to make sure. Thank you.
No problem. Any other discussion? Hearing none?
Voting on the motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda. Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Ms. Sloan,
Yes.
Mr. Shen,
Yes.
Mr. McAlto,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and the agenda and consent agenda are approved. On tonight's consent agenda are Resolution 2025-031, appointing the city election officials for the October 7th, 2025 general election, setting the date for counting absentee ballots, and establishing election official compensation. Also on tonight's consent agenda is the approval of the July 15th, 2025 regular meeting minutes.
Victor, you already declared your conflict of interest.
Yes.
I'd like to move on to presentation and reports.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Per the code, at this point, the council would then vote to determine whether or not
Okay.
Mr. Shen has a conflict
All
of
right.
interest.
So let's take up this concern of Victor's.
I can help with the question.
Okay.
The question is, does Mr. Shen have a substantial financial conflict of interest in item? Could you tell me the item number for that?
It's the liquor license for the
14.
Wildcats.
Thank you.
So, Victor, do you have a financial interest?
No. I'm neither employed or participate in the ownership of that business.
You do?
I am not.
Okay. So, council, it's for us to make this decision. So,
Do you mind if I recap really quick what it means to have a substantial financial conflict of interest?
that's fine.
There are three main factors. One is if they're an immediate family member, so that would be mother, father, brother, sister, et cetera, but not farther than that. And then substantial financial means more than $5,000 in one transaction or more than $10,000 over a 12-month period. So those would be the main points that you would consider when trying to determine whether or not Mr. Shen has a substantial financial conflict of interest.
Okay, are there any other further questions? Hearing none. Council, please. Yes being he has a conflict, or no, he does not. So,
No.
I can call the roll if you'd like.
okay, please.
Ms. Lone? No. Mr. Pinkish?
Yes.
Mr. McAlto?
No.
Mr. Denmark?
The question, please?
The question is, does Mr. Shen have a substantial financial conflict of interest in item 14, which is the non-objection of the Wild Catch Cafe license, alcohol license renewal?
Thank you, no.
Mr. Wagner?
No.
Mr. Shen? I know, we go through this every time, but you still vote as well.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
No.
The council has determined that Mr. Shen does not have a substantial financial conflict of interest in item 14.
Okay, so we are moving on to presentations and reports. We have the city manager's monthly wild recognition.
Yes, Mayor, I apologize for not being there in person. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Harbor Master Borg is going to help me with this evening. For my monthly recognition, I really wanted to recognize 4 of our outstanding harbor crew, Sully, Sam, Matthew, and Malcolm. This summer, I had the privilege of watching Sully and Sam coordinate the launch ramp on multiple occasions. Even in the most hectic moments, they worked with such precision and timing that it felt almost like you were watching sort of a well-conducted symphony of boat launches. Matthew and Malcolm take on behind-the-scenes work that keeps our harbor welcoming and functioning for everyone. They maintain the 7 restroom facilities, they care for the grounds, and they manage the trash of more than 300,000 visitors each year. Tasks that require dedication, attention to detail, and strong work ethic. The harbor work is often a selfless job, one that doesn't come always with the kudos or the thanks that it deserves. And each one of these crew members, if I was there, I'd be giving them a hug, have stepped up and showed the commitment and skill that they keep Whittier's harbor running smoothly, and that they've earned more than just my appreciation. They've owned our entire team. So good job, you guys. I really wish I was there, and I'll give you a hug when I get back. The next set of presentations are for years of service. Dave, can you give me a thumbs up if this one is for one of your harbor workers? So we have a years of service for Sandra, if she can come up front.
She's coming.
And if you can, please turn on the mic for Dave to also be able to speak, or give him a mic. I don't get to work with her on a daily basis, but I am always exceptionally impressed and proud to know that we have her working in the harbor office. So kudos to you, Sandra. I'm very proud to know you, and I'm very happy that you're part of our team.
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. You keep the wheels rolling and the money coming in for sure. We appreciate everything you do. You've been fantastic. I thank you. The city thanks you. The harbor thanks you. And this is just a small token of our appreciation. So thank you.
our next years of service are for our council member, Dave Dickinson. If he could come forward, please. As we all know, we've had Dave. I've known Dave since I came to Whittier. It was a pleasure to work with him as a council member and as well as a mayor. The ability to learn from him as well as see the future that he wanted to see for Whittier, as well as every council member. It's been my honor to work with you, Mr. Dickinson. I appreciate you. I believe I have one for a planning and zoning commissioner. Do I have one for one planning and zoning commissioner or two commissioners?
It looks like our second commissioner is not here.
Okay,
It
so
would just be for Anna.
all right, so if Miss Anna Dickinson could come forward, please. I will start with saying while she's coming up, being a planning and zoning commissioner is not an easy task. It's not an easy task in a town of 273 people, nor is it an easy task in a town of 250,000 people. So I appreciate that you took the time and energy to do your training and become a certified commissioner, and you will be missed. And just always remember me when you're thinking about setbacks.
Jackie, do you have anything else for your reports?
If you'd like me to, Mayor, do you have your report, or do you want me to just skip and go to me?
I do not have a mayor's speech.
Okay, I will skip and go to mine. I did change it up a little bit. I'm trying to help council members as well as new council members. I decided to do a department summary, but then you do have my full city manager report with that. So I broke it down just into some small paragraphs for the first couple pages. And then the full detailed report is still there if you're wanting to look into it. I would like to extend my offer to all the council members that to contact me and come in and talk about attending one of our Tuesday staff meetings so that you can see some of the projects that we're working on. If we put them all in here, you would have more pages. And I know that that just adds to everything that you guys already have to go through, especially as busy as you are. So if there's any questions that you have regarding my report, I'm more than happy to help answer, or any of my staff members can answer.
So looks like we don't have any questions, Jackie. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Moving on to public hearings. Do I have a motion? So I'd like to open ordinance 2025-003 for public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, no one is signed in.
Okay. So then I would close it for public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, you may want to ask if there's anyone in the room that would like to speak to this ordinance.
Are there any individuals in the room that would like to speak to ordinance 2025-003? Seeing none, I would ask for a motion to place ordinance 2025-003 on the table.
I'll make that motion.
So, okay, do I have a second?
Second.
So, this ordinance, as it stands right now, council was supposed to be presented with an opportunity to have a workshop. And we haven't had time to do that. It's been a very busy summer. And I'd like to make a motion or ask for a motion to postpone or table this ordinance 2025-003 until, I'm thinking like at least October. We have to schedule a workshop, and I would, we need a hierarchical employee chart. I don't know when administration is going to have time for that. So how about ask for a motion to postpone ordinance 2025-003 until such time that we can schedule a workshop in October, regular meeting?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask why?
It's incomplete.
It's incomplete.
Yes, there are several items missing. And normally we would have a workshop. We were offered a workshop. Instead, there was a different workshop put up. But there are pieces of it that need a little work. And normally when we consider this ordinance and the components of this ordinance, we also have a hierarchical employee chart so that we understand how this ordinance is overlaid by that resolution. We don't have any of that. We also, what's the hurry? Let's do it right.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Mayor. Sorry, in order to keep the ordinance alive, quote unquote, I would give it a very specific date instead of just a work session in October. I'm a little worried that that is not specific enough. So even if you end up changing that date, and you can do it no later than, but I would say, at the October regular meeting or a work session scheduled before that date or something like that. So we have that definitiveness.
So, Tom, you're the maker of that motion. Would November, that way it'd allow us to have the workshop in October?
Yeah, I have no issue with that.
David?
Yeah, November regular scheduled meeting.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none?
Mr. Mayor, did that motion include regular meeting with a work session in October? Did you want that as part of the motion? Or
I
just-
think we could put that in council discussion and just direct. We don't know if that's going to be, there's a lot of things we don't know about at this point.
Thank
So
you. Voting on the motion to postpone ordinance 2025-003 to the November regular meeting.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
Mr. Shen,
Yes.
Mr. McAlto,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and ordinance 2025-003 is postponed until the November regular meeting. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Sloan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to new business. I'd ask for a motion for resolution 2025-027. Madam Clerk, do you want to?
There's resolution that some of us would like to talk about some of these things on the resolution, and you're going to make decisions on these resolutions without us having had the time in the comments to speak to them. So you'll be making decisions without hearing our comments, and I think that's unfair.
Kelly, when you signed in for comments, was that what you were going to speak about?
Not that particular one, but one of these resolutions. So I just wanted to be heard that I would like to say something before you pass all these, you make these decisions without us being heard. I don't know if there's somebody else that wanted to speak to a resolution. I don't know. Do you know?
We could relax the rules and let the people that are signed up speak.
Yeah, I agree. I think when we relaxed the rules for the length of time, we assumed that it was also going to extend the overall time. So,
Okay, so before we get into new business, if we, Madam Clerk, do you have a list of those who signed up for that time frame?
No one else had signed in.
Okay, so it's just Kelly?
No one else had signed in on the list.
Okay,
I think you might have signed in on the other one then, because, right, this only has Linda and Mavis on it.
well, I think we can, yeah, come on up here. So
Would you like to just ask if there's any objection to?
are there any
relaxing the rules?
objections, council, for listening to Kelly? She had to travel from far, far away, at least 2.5 miles.
no.
Mayor, I would just make a uniform relaxation. So make a motion to relax the rules to allow 5 minutes of public comment or 6 minutes of public comment. Do something that creates equal opportunity since
Okay, so
Ms. Linder wasn't on the list. That way, if there's someone else that wasn't on the list, we're not, this is already, we're a little bit off the cuff. So let's
So-
just be uniformly off the cuff. How about that? Okay.
all right, so I'd ask for a motion to relax the rules for 4 minutes per comment.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Hearing no further discussion.
Mayor, can you just say up to 10 minutes or something like that? Just
With a
Okay.
total
or
of
5 minutes, whatever.
with a total of 12, that will give us 4. This is why I'm not in finance.
Mr. Wagner and Mr. Pinkush, do you object to the amendment?
No
to the
objection.
motion? Mr. Pinkush,
It's good.
voting on the motion to relax the rules to allow 4 minutes of citizen comment per person for a total of 12 minutes. Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush.
Yeah.
Ms. Lone,
Yes.
Mr. McCulto,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
Yep.
Mr. Shen,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and the rules are relaxed to allow 4 minutes per person for a total of 12 minutes.
Come on up.
Red, yes, thank you. I did want to start this conversation by thanking you because I know that you are all volunteers and we are busy. We all have businesses, we all have lives. And that's why I really appreciate this comment time. I appreciate that we get comment fatigue and that sometimes we forget to listen to the people up here. But this is my only opportunity to talk to you because I appreciate that you have jobs and you are busy and I am busy and we are busy and it's hard to get you during the summer. So this is my only opportunity to talk to you all. So these comments are really important and I appreciate your attention because I came the 2 blocks because I am a resident here. I want to talk about the resolution for the sales tax and making it a year-round tax. How I understand it, that I guess it came up to some council members that some people are complaining. And I understand that the citizens exemption exempts almost everything except for maybe alcohol and junk food. But for the businesses, it is a huge tax on us. Everything we do in our business now is taxed year-round. Our mortgage is taxed year-round. The electricity that we get is taxed year-round. Our fuel is taxed year-round. Our leases are taxed year-round. So the businesses are paying a pretty significant amount on this year-round sales tax. Now, Mike and I and Lazy Auto Charters has generally been in favor of this year-round tax. In fact, we stood right here and said that because we think it's important that Whittier pays their fair share, or at least makes that appearances. For all the things we ask the government and the grants, we should show that we are willing to pay our fair share. But I'm here to tell you that if the citizens aren't going to pay more, then we certainly don't want to pay more. So put it on there. Put it on that non-binding voters register vote, and we'll vote. Cancel it. Go seasonal. Because if citizens don't want to pay it, we don't want to pay it. I'm a little confused though, because I was at most, if not all of the meetings talking about these sales tax, the ground transportation tax, the marine transportation tax, and I don't remember anybody speaking up that bothered to come to the meeting to say, I have a problem with the sales tax. But there were many, many people who spoke passionately about the ground transportation tax. And that passed without a blink of the eye. I feel like sometimes these things get passed without you thinking about the consequences. Thus, it comes up, let's put it up for ballot. We didn't talk about it, we didn't think about it, now we want to make some changes. Well, there's some really big problems coming up with the ground transportation tax that I'm faced with. I just had a small business who provides ground transportation to my company. I don't pay them, the guest does. And they told me, we have no intention of paying that. If it's going to be collected, you're going to have to do it. What about the nonprofit company that brings their employees here by a commercial vehicle? But they gain no revenue off of that transportation. They're bringing their employees here, and now it's costing them more just to get their employees here. I mean, I think there's a lot of problems with this ground transportation. So if you're going to put a ballot out there asking to rethink the sales tax, then I would like you to include the ground transportation tax. And since we're talking about taxes, I want to talk about the marine transportation tax and the reporting. It's awful. We used to be, when we had the PTBT, we reported quarterly how many people went in and how many people went out and how much money that equated to. And we sent in the reports and we paid it timely. Now the reports are how many people every single day and on which boat. It's tedious, it's time consuming, and it's a penalty to those of us who pay it all the time. I would like the council to talk to administration about making those of us who are paying our taxes timely to make it more easier for us to make these payments and to do this reporting. Just going to recap because I know my 4 minutes is up. Please, if you're going to put this on a resolution that you're going to send this to the taxpayers, to the city, putting a very mildly unpopular year-round sales tax, then put a very unpopular ground transportation tax on the same ballot. And please, we would like to see the reporting for all of the taxes that we do simplified. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Madam Clerk, are there any other people that want to talk?
No one else has signed in.
Sure.
Kelly, just for information, as far as simplifying the tax thing, my phone just told me like 3 days ago that a email that I'd sent to the finance director didn't go through, and that's exactly what that is. I'm working on a simplified form that's closer to what we had previously, so I will follow through with that very soon.
Okay, moving on. I'd ask for a motion to adopt Resolution 2025-027.
I'll make that motion.
Madam Clerk, did you want to read the whole details there?
Yes, thank you.
No,
This is for Resolution 2025-027, a resolution approving a letter of support to the Alaska Department of Public Safety and the Alaska Department of Law, requesting that any penalties in certain pending cases not preclude participation in local elections or attainment of citizenship, postponed from July 15, 2025 meeting.
Any discussion?
Can I ask for clarification on this from earlier, maybe?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that, it does not seem from our understanding that the letter of support is wanted anymore, at least not in the form that it's in. The priorities seem to be focused on mistake of law offense and also an update on the public records efforts by the city to get those documents, which that we certainly can provide that update. At the same time, this only authorizes the city manager to submit the letter of support. So my inclination is to encourage council to adopt it so that there are options are preserved for administration, unless Mr. Weir has an objection to that. I mean, I'm not sure what to do in that regard. If there's any harm for adopting the letter of support and the accompanying the resolution, I mean, I don't think that's what council's objective was to create.
So the feedback that I've been
So-
getting is that the tone of the letter is not entirely helpful.
Okay, so then I would recommend that you postpone the
I,
resolution
yeah,
and not
I would like the
adopt letter of
opportunity
support.
to help improve the tone so that those that we're discussing, the American Samoan Whittier residents, I'd like it to be fully beneficial instead of partial.
And one thing I'm worried about is I'm not sure that we can get the letter of support there in the way. So for example, the mistake of law defense that they're asking council to consider. The reality is we do not have evidence that there was inaccuracies in directions or in the city's election system. We just don't have that evidence. And as much as the city may want to state that it does, we don't have that. What we do have is comments by city council members at the diocese saying that they were confused. So those are minutes that can be presented and accessed by Mr. Ware and the defendants in the case, and that's out there. And so I think, to the extent the city can help provide those minutes, I think that's absolutely appropriate. But I'm not sure that a letter affirming that some of our council members expressed concern, but that we have no evidence that there was a mistake of law is helpful. You know what I mean? I don't think that is any more helpful than this letter, based on the sort of the need and the defense that includes a express mistake of law defense. So I don't know, Richard, if you have anything else to add, but so that's why that is one of my concerns. I think that is one of the things they're looking for in a letter. I don't think that is something that the city can provide without representing something regarding its election system that it has no.
Holly, when you say there's no evidence of confusion, I know that PFD form that you fill out, it has a box to check to say you're a U.S. citizen or you're an American national.
Oh, absolutely. So let
And
me
that-
be very
and
clear.
that
Is very
PFD
confusing.
automatically emailed them a full-fledged, put them on our registration rolls. And if you don't think that's confusing, okay,
That's absolutely not what I'm talking about. I agree with you. I watched the House session. I agree that there is a lot of information and a lot of examples of it being very confusing. I do not disagree with that. What I'm saying is you as a local, as a city council for the local government and the local elections, a mistake of law defense is saying that somebody in the city is providing information that is confusing or documents that are confusing. And so I think that is what they're looking for. One of the things that you can do is certainly we can have another conversation. Council can authorize the city manager to discuss these with Mr. Ware and see if there's something more that we can do. But what I am trying to sort of flag for council is that we don't have any evidence of confusion or inaccuracies in the election process on the local level, right? We don't have that exact. That does not mean now if there are council members that have that, and I think there are statements by council members that they're confused, that they have been confused. That's
Holly?
information we want to make sure Mr. Ware has.
The state of Alaska.
The state of
Elections
Alaska.
Board
I am talking about the
put
city
on
of-
our voter registration. When I went to vote, I saw record, and I can bear witness to
Absolutely.
that.
I'm
of
not
errors,
arguing with you.
okay?
Mayor, I'm not arguing with you. I am talking about local elections. Decisions by city election officials, comments and conversations with city election officials. I'm talking about the city's declaration of candidacy form. I'm talking about the city's process of their ballots and their acceptance of ballots. That's
No.
a city election. You're talking
No.
about the state election.
No.
If you want to write
When we voted for a municipal election, on our voter registration roll was put on there by the state of Alaska, okay?
So our registration list is just the state's registration list. We do not engage in that process on the local level. So to
I
the
completely
extent-
agree with you.
Okay, so to the extent that there are problems with the state register, that's a state level issue. I mean, I guess if
But
what they're saying, they would.
The alleged problem happened within our local jurisdiction, okay? It was laid out, nobody was warned. That's
What do you
not
mean?
okay.
So we just go by the registered list of voters. If you're on the list, then you vote. If you're not on the list, you vote a questioned ballot. So what I think a mistake of law defense, we are looking at what that means to me is a defense that says, hey, do you know that the mayor came up to me in Whittier and told me that I'm allowed to vote in the election? One of the city council members came up to me and said, you should run for this position. If anybody in the council has done that, then that is the type of comment that they are looking for. And that is a very, that is a mistake of law. And we won't, that is not a city comment though. That's what I'm saying. There is no comment like that that was made by a city official in an official capacity, and by a city official in a personal capacity that we are aware of. However, we do have some comments from the diocese that there was confusion. So I think making sure that they have access to those comments and they can rely on them, that's really important. But
I have some information to add to that. I don't think it's appropriate to talk about it in open session. I would, I could get additional information and I would be willing to testify, but I'd like to talk to, get additional legal information from you, if that's possible.
Okay, so
As far as the scope of this resolution, I'd ask for council to allow the city manager, the city attorney. I would like to be able to review it to make sure that the tone is, I'm not talking about that law argument that you were talking about, Holly, the rule of law or
mistake of law.
state of law?
Oh, mistake.
Mistake of law. Anyway, I'm not educated enough to do that, and I will leave that in capable hands. But the tone of that letter could be improved.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused, Holly, on what you said about passing this. Would we not want to table it indefinitely? And then maybe work it over rather than passing it? And because it's, I'm kind of in a doctor's position, do no harm. And the other attorney basically said this could actually do harm in the sense of the way it's presented. So tabling it until we can do something that we know is positive, would that not be the right move?
Agree. I agree with you. I think that the individuals that sought the letter, their legal counsel is saying the letter is not helpful. At that point, it seems to me we're drafting a letter of support. So if the support is not wanted in the form that's provided, I would recommend that you do not pass the resolution that puts that out into the universe.
But we can still
That doesn't
table it
prevent-
with the direction to rework the letter.
I mean, I think that you can give direction to administration just by saying, I would not necessarily incorporate that into the resolution. I would just simply say, it sounds like you have some things you want to discuss with us as well. And I think that, council can make a motion to direct or not make a motion, and they can just, the city manager is here, present in the meeting virtually. I'm sure she hears you right now. And we can work on that, and then maybe just express when you would like to see something like, come back on to the council on that.
I think timeliness is important. If we could bring something reworked and a better tone and that would be considered positive, I think September would be much appreciated. David?
I will move to table indefinitely resolution 2025-027.
I'll second that.
Discussion? Hearing
Wait,
none? Oh, sorry.
Don't we
Tom?
already have a motion open?
You
So let's
have,
just Vote no.
What you got to?
it's up to you, Mr. Mayor.
The resolution is on the table. Mr. Pincush made another motion to table, which supersedes what's on the table. So let's vote on that motion.
Then you don't have to vote it down.
I'll second that then.
It was seconded by Mr. Shen. Would you like me to call the roll, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Okay. Voting on the motion to table indefinitely Resolution 2025-027. Mr. Pincush,
Yes.
Mr. Shen,
Yes.
Ms. Lone,
Yes.
Mr. McCulto,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and Resolution 2025-027 is tabled indefinitely.
I ask for a motion to adopt Resolution 2025-028.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, did you want to read that,
Please.
please?
This is Resolution 2025-028, a resolution affirming support for ongoing city efforts with state and regional partners to plan and implement infrastructure improvements to address increased cruise ship traffic and community needs.
So we have do we have a motion? And a
Ms.
second?
Lone made the motion and Mr. Shen seconded the motion.
Okay. Further, do we have any discussion?
So, who's basically steering the ship on this?
So Jackie and I, actually, I brought a resolution forward in July, And Jackie asked me to postpone that resolution, and she and I worked together on this resolution. It was a lot of fun. Very exciting. You should have been there. So I do have a couple amendments, if I could. On section 1, line 77. These acronyms get a little confusing, but the Peter and I were appointed by council at some point in representing council in the, I think it was Transportation Master Plan Council Committee. I don't remember the exact details, but anyway, so
Mayor,
section
it's
1,
called Whittier Moves.
no, that's not the committee that we were in. This predates Whittier Moves. It was a specific committee, and it didn't have anybody but Peter and I. Anyway, section 1, line 77. I would like to add the amendment, I believe at the time it was a TMP council committee. The clerk can find the exact wording, but it was a committee. Council approved it. They appointed the mayor and the vice mayor. Shall be kept informed of all meeting dates a minimum of 1 week in advance and permitted to attend. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, could we have an at ease, just so I can capture that properly and find the name of this committee so that everyone is on the same page?
Do I have a what?
An at ease, so like a recess, except no one leaves their seats. We just pause for a moment so that I can
Okay.
capture that all.
I still couldn't hear the word, but yeah, go ahead.
At ease.
Oh, at ease.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a sneeze.
Doesn't have anything. Yeah, there's
So if we could, this motion is suggested by the clerk that we leave out council committee and explicitly name the mayor and the vice mayor shall be kept informed of all meeting dates a minimum of 1 week in advance and permitted to attend. It was a committee. She's not finding the name, so she's asked me to change it to explicitly name the people of that committee.
So Mayor, can I just clarify or ask a question? So when I first started, I know there was a Transportation Master Plan Committee, and that master plan, the name of that changed to Whittier Moves. And then the committee has been established, which includes yourself and the vice mayor. Our first meeting date is September 12th, and there was invites sent out. Is that the same thing that we're discussing here? No?
That may be something that administration incorporated the, yeah, we're not informed of the changes. But let's
Call for a vote.
let's move forward if we could. Basically, I would recommend to council that the mayor and vice mayor be kept informed of all meeting dates, a minimum of 1 week in advance, and permitted to attend. That's section 1, line 77. Are there any objections to that change?
No, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. That one will need a motion and a second.
Okay.
I move to amend.
Mayor, perhaps you want to say the notice provision might end up interfering with the ability to conduct a meeting if a meeting is set unexpectedly, right? So you might want to provide for that so that you don't lose flexibility. So maybe something like of all meetings scheduled, because you're requiring 2 weeks notice or 1 week notice of meetings. Is that under your motion? How much
It was
notice are you
7 days,
requiring?
but how would you like to word that, Holly?
I'm just trying to, I'm not sure. Yeah, basically, we put these notice provisions in place in the municipal realm. We lose flexibility because what
Okay.
happens when someone tries to call a meeting and they've got 5 days left? And now we can't have the meeting, even if it would have been something you
Okay.
really wanted them to have because we can't meet that notice provision.
How about 3 days?
So, sure. I mean, I'm not, again, it's, the amount of time is not the legal issue. I think maybe unless otherwise, unless notice is waived by the mayor and vice mayor, something like that, something
Okay,
that,
great,
yeah, okay.
great. Thank you, Holly. Victor?
I see. I guess I don't have any amendments. I just have a question about this resolution. What is the purpose of this resolution? We have lots of mechanisms in place for planning, transportation. We have that grant with the DOT. And other than that, this resolution, what's it saying? Just saying, keep doing your job. I think that's what I'm reading. So I don't kind of see the point to it.
It brings up specific infrastructure needs of the community, and it talks about moving the Whittier Marine Terminal to Emerald Cove. And that's one reason why I want to attend these meetings, is to make sure this stuff is done. It's essential infrastructure. We are essentially drowning in traffic at the moment.
Yeah, and then we have I believe, a transportation plan in motion with DOT already in place or about to happen. So
Well, the
why
point of this-
shackle administration with even more
Because
layers of bureaucracy here?
It's not bureaucracy, Victor. It's making sure these points are spoken to and to make sure that council shows support. Okay? These are basically the high points. Okay?
The more we talk about this, the more confused I'm getting. I mean, the resolution on its face is just affirming support. Well, of course, we support it. And then your amendment to have you informed, I think that's kind of a no-brainer.
I want to be able to attend the meeting, and I want to, Jackie's added that she would like to be the leader of the negotiations, and that amendment that we will get to basically says no negotiation is binding unless approved by council. We had the resolution that happened before ended up giving stakeholders at the head of the bay that it was never brought to us, that information, why decisions were made and negotiations were made. None of that stuff was brought before council. And I would like to ensure that this thing, when it comes before council, that we approve them. We don't give carte blanche approval before we even know what we're negotiating.
I'm sorry, but I think that's already a rule. I'm confused.
It didn't happen last time.
Something I disagree, but anyway, something seems insidious with this now. I'm not voting for it. Something's
I
weird.
would suggest we postpone it and add it to the workshop of our ordinance 003. Do it at the same time, because it is hard to understand all of the factions of what's going on here. I think it would be better to have it explained in a workshop myself.
Councilmember Pencush, through the mayor, may I speak?
Yes.
I would like to do what Councilmember Pencush is recommending. I feel that this is going in a different direction than when I had conversations with the mayor. I do believe that this is at first shot a resolution that would be able to be taken to our major stakeholders to show them that our council supported us in what we're doing. I had no knowledge of these amendments, and I do believe that it needs to have more discussion. I think that it needs to be reviewed by not just one council member, but maybe all of you. And I think that it would be great if we could do that at that same type of work session.
Any further discussion?
No, I make a motion to postpone this resolution and to include it with the workshop for ordinance 2025-003.
I will second that.
Hearing no further discussion?
Voting on the motion to postpone Resolution 2025-028 to include it with the workshop on Ordinance 2025-003. Mr. Pinkush.
Yes.
Ms. Sloan.
Yes.
Mr. Shen.
Yes.
Mr. Wagner.
Yes.
Mr. Denmark. Mr.
Yes.
McAlto.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and Resolution 2025-028 is postponed.
I get a motion for Resolution 2025-029.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
We need to.
Was that Mr. Shen who seconded?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll second.
David?
We need to discuss whether we're going to amend it to include the updated information provided by the finance director on the laydown.
I would ask for a motion to amend based on the laydown provided by the finance director.
My motion was based on the laydown.
Right, but we're dealing with the agenda.
Mr.
Ma'am.
Mayor,
Yeah,
if I may, I did provide some wording for a motion that would allow you to substitute the laydown version in place of the one that was included in the packet. I think that might be what you're looking for.
the
Do
stuff
I
in red.
do I just need to amend my motion?
Yeah, that could work.
Amend
My
Did
suggestion is,
did you read the red one?
did I? No, I
Yeah.
haven't read the red one.
Okay. So we need a motion to amend?
To substitute the laydown version of Resolution 2025-029 as distributed on August 18th, 2025 for the version included in the council packet.
Okay. So,
Yeah, I'll either amend my original motion to reflect that, or I'll make a new motion to reflect that, either, however you want to do it.
does the second agree?
Thank you.
Hearing any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion?
Voting on the motion to substitute the laydown version of Resolution 2025-029 as distributed on August 18th, 2025 for the version included in the council packet. Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mr. Shen,
Yes.
Ms. Sloan,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. McAlto,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and the laydown version is substituted. So then the next step would be, now that you've substituted the resolution, to now make a motion to approve the resolution as substituted.
I'll
No,
make the motion.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make it.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none?
Voting on the motion to approve Resolution 2025-029, a resolution authorizing the purchase of a 2025 CAT 160 motor grader, including associated equipment, freight, hydraulic plow, snow wing, and broom, and 6-year extended warranty, financed via capital lease in the amount of $477,029 plus interest as approved in the 2025 budget as substituted. Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Ms. Sloan,
Yes.
Mr. Shen,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
Mr. McAlto,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and Resolution 2025-029 is approved as substituted.
Ask for a motion for Resolution 2025-030.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Do we have a discussion?
I guess I'd just like to say something super quick. I know that this was just adopted recently, and just reading through the information, I don't see, I guess I don't see the harm in putting it on the ballot as non-binding. I just think that it's important to be informed that at least what we were provided with, it shows that the majority of the money that was collected so far, it says was from visitors, especially fuel and mortgage and things like that. And that there's quite a few exemptions for residents, like rent and groceries and things like that, that I think you guys amended or added in. And I don't know, I just think that it's important to state that just for the voters.
Very good. Any further discussion? Victor?
Yeah, I'm looking at this motion and looking back in the packet. sales tax revenue currently, our current projections, or like currently on our trend, if the finance director correct me, we're at about $147,000 positive over previous years. Is that correct, Ms. Ersinger?
Yes.
Okay. And then and then what Ms. Lone had stated, I was curious about where, in general, where those sales tax were collected from. Yeah, what kind of?
Thank you, Councilmember Shen, through the mayor. The majority of the additional sales tax collections appear to be coming from harbor customers in both the private harbor and the city harbor, who are now paying sales tax year-round on moorage rather than just seasonal, as well as additional sales tax on fuel. I don't have the exact numbers, but I will simply say that the sales tax, reported sales tax for locally generated revenues appears to be either significantly underreported or not impacting the numbers. So that leads me to believe that the majority of the additional sales tax revenues are the result of visitors. And just a reminder to council that you did change the code to increase the exemptions for local residents. So there is no sales tax on groceries. There's no sales tax on residential rent. There's no sales tax on some household items that are deemed essential. I think things like diapers and other essential items that females utilize, those kind of things that were really aimed at trying to ease the burden on especially low-income residents. But I also think a lot of folks are eligible for food stamps who probably don't pay those taxes anyway. So I think it's fair to say the lion's share of the sales tax that's been generated is from visitors.
Thank you, Chris. I guess I'm looking at this resolution and just, again, like we discussed previous council meetings, it's still too soon. I think it is a knee-jerk reaction. I think it's too soon to even discuss this. We don't even know where it's coming from or like fully understand like the impacts in here. And we've put in, there's a lot of discussion with this. We put in a lot of exemptions on like necessities, things like alcohol, non-essentials. Those are all taxed. Those are things that like, if you were trying to ease the burden on someone who was tight in the wallet, I mean, they should not be purchasing a lot of these things that are taxable. Not all, but most. And, we just, again, you guys know me, I harp on our city finances heavily. We just passed a resolution to purchase a $445,000 piece of equipment that we use to maintain our roads in the summer and the winter time. And there wasn't much discussion. That's because we understand the importance of it. This equipment affects, benefits everyone, visitors, locals, mostly locals, because of our wintertime. And I'll attest that Public Works, the harbor take really good care of our community here. And we need this equipment. That said, costs are rising and we have lots of infrastructure that is degrading. Our Whittier core roads have not been repaved in I don't know how long. We have, I couldn't give you an exact number, but like approximately $40 million worth of infrastructure, 50 maybe, under the streets. Thank you, Scott, that we don't see. And that stuff needs to be maintained and eventually replaced. And currently we have no definitive plan on how to maintain that. So taxes like sales tax, the passenger fee for the harbor, the passenger fee, the motor or the ground transportation fee, that takes care of this stuff. And at first glance, it looks like the city might be flush with money, but in fact, I mean, if you stretch out and extrapolate our expenses and our needs, generations in the future. Like, we need this. You can just, look on the news. How many times have you seen infrastructure failing, road maintenance backlog? Just look up harbor maintenance in Alaska. We need to think about these things. The city's not, trying to ream. We're not trying to ream people for no reason, for money. Like, there's a reason. Like, we're not looking 1 year out. We're looking 20, 30, 40 years out. And, to not think that ahead, we'd be doing a disservice to other people who are going to be sitting in the seat and people who are going to be living here. And again, coming around, that looking at this as knee-jerk reaction, this tax hasn't even been in place for a year. And, we need to be more intentional. We need to look at this instead of just, making these knee-jerk reactions at the first inkling of discomfort.
David?
Thank you.
Yeah, first off, our discussion is as if this is about rescinding. It's not. It's simply asking for an advisory vote of the people to see how they feel about it. And, we cannot institute a sales tax without a vote of the people. So this is kind of a fine line here. They instituted the 5% tax seasonal, and then we extended it because it's legal for council to ignore the wishes of the people to make the amount of months. So all we're asking is how the people feel about it. That's all this is about. It isn't about it. And it's interesting to note, we're talking about all the revenue it created. When this was presented, it was never presented as a revenue generator. It was supposed to be simplicity. And we're getting a lot of feedback that it's not that simple. It's more difficult. We had a business testify. And then to Kelly's point, the ground fee. And I won't vote to amend to put that on there because the ground fee is necessary because we moved the waterborne fee to the harbor. Thus, we created a hole in our budget. The ground fee was to replace that. So that fee was necessary. This was what we were told. This was never about the revenue generating. Now we're talking about it revenue generating. We were never told we needed that money. Now we're acting like we need the money. So all we're asking is let the people let us know how they feel about it. It's just that simple. So, and I've got a text here about, no, we should not let the people tell us how we feel. That's what I was told by a person, that we should not listen to the people, that we should make these decisions. We should be the elites and make this decision for them. And I totally disagree with that. So I will be voting for it.
Any big Renner?
I do agree with Mr.
Can Mr. Denmark speak? Mr. Denmark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up what Dave said and Kelly said, when this year-round sales tax came up, the reason that I had supported it was to support the administration in the administration of collecting sales tax. We were told that it would be streamline their process significantly to do so. And that's why I went there. And to Councilor Pincush's point, what was once about efficiency is now about revenue. So I also don't disapprove of getting the public input on this to hear from the local voters. And I'd also like to back up that thought to what Mrs. Bender indicated regarding administrative ease and the reporting of the passenger vessel reporting and having to manifest all trips. So not only somehow these thoughts tie together for me, and what was supposed to be ease of application for the administration has offered additional burdens on the businesses who have to maintain it, as well as the additional year-round expense. And I don't know that this would be appropriate for the referendum, but I would like to revisit the reporting requirements for manifesting all vessels So to me, this is all about ease of administration, and that shoe needs to fit on both feet. Thank you.
Renner?
Mr. Mayor, may I just respond quickly?
Yes.
We did speak at the last council meeting. I agreed to revise the forms to simplify them. So those will be coming. So we can take that issue off the table. Our goal is to make the forms simpler for the businesses. As to the point of lobbying for an increase in revenues, I was asked a question. What are the impacts of the change to date, and where are those revenues coming from? So I agree with you that from the beginning, when we talked about migrating from a seasonal sales tax to a year-round tax, it was not for the purpose of trying to generate additional revenues. So I didn't say that, and I want to clarify that that was not the intent, but it has had the effect of generating additional revenues, generally from people outside of the community. And then finally, we did not request going to a year-round tax to ease the burden on me or my staff. It was really to address what we felt was significant confusion for businesses, because businesses reported to us that they have an accounting system, and the accounting system tells them when they make a sale whether that sale is taxable or not. And so in the summer, the computer system says this sale is taxable because they're selling seasonal tours that are taxable in the summer. The computer easily says that. It makes it simple. But in the winter, if they're selling a tour, likely it's for the summer, since not many tours happen in the winter. But in the winter, their computers have been set to be tax exempt because we're not taxable in the winter. And yet they're selling tours that are taxable. And it creates this confusion for them. And I can almost guarantee you, as a result of the confusion, they are not charging sales tax in the winter when they book tours that are actually going to be happening in the summer. So there's very likely a significant lost reporting on those because of the confusion that is generated for the businesses. And the way to resolve that is a significantly more robust auditing program, which I don't think we have the staff to manage properly. So I just want to set the record straight and remind everybody that it was a long discussion. We had lots of input, but generally speaking, we were trying to address that confusion for the businesses of when the difference between when they're selling an item in a season that's not taxable, but the event itself is taking place in a taxable month. And how do you do that in your computer system? So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Renner.
Quick follow-up, Dan?
Peter, Renner's been trying to get in a word here.
Oh, good.
All right, I do agree with Dave Pinkish and Denmark's comments earlier. I mean, this is a non-binding in an election, and we want to see how our community responds to this, and just want to see how they vote for it. And don't have a year-round job. Most of us just work for the summer, and most of the people that stay here doesn't even work whole year. And like I said, I'm putting in the election, it doesn't hurt.
Peter?
Well, I don't know that this will be productive, but if there's confusion on sales tax reporting, maybe it's a little bit different for me, but it's pretty simple. If it happens in the summertime, I pay the sales tax. Thank you.
Yeah, it's most
I
people
don't do
figured it
anything
out
ahead of
over
time,
30
so-
years.
But you're not computerized.
Mayor?
Even the computers know when the date is. Okay.
Mayor?
Any further?
Yeah.
Peter, Tom,
4 times it was said that what could it hurt? Yeah, I disagree. I think it can hurt. I think you're giving people a false sense of where this could lead. Taxes are a way of life. And I'm sorry, but what I hear around town, the people that are crying the loudest don't even pay taxes. The people that should be crying aren't. You know, this is like sitting down eating a piece of apple pie and asking someone if you like pie. Well, sorry, you can't have it. I don't like it.
Mayor?
any, Jackie?
Holly.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
They're coming at me from all directions.
I just have a few comments I want to share on this resolution before we move forward. One is, this is very unusual to do an advisory vote outside a state election. I don't think that you cannot do it. I think, but what it means is that question, that advisory question, is now subject to all of the APOC reporting requirements, all of the ballot counting, and all of the obligations and expectations that fall both on the voter and on the city. So that's something to remember. There is nothing that prevents the city from simply casting an advisory question, you know, in sort of more of a survey realm too. So that is just something to remember, because once you put it on a ballot, it is subject to all of those rules that we, you know, that are very, that are, you know, some are very rigid. Certainly they are, they come with liabilities and obligations. So that's something to keep in mind. The other thing is, when you see advisory votes, often what those are is do you want your capital in Juneau or do you want it in Willow, right? Like, those are the ones we've seen in Alaska. These idea that the public is picking between one thing or the other thing, that neither has, I have not seen it with a tax. Do you want to be taxed or do you not want to be taxed during a time period? That is a question that I think maybe, you know, so I only share that information. I believe that you can do it and you can put it on the ballot. I want you to be aware of some of the risks. We don't have examples of these advisory questions in a local election.
I will say that I have been frustrated by not being or having enough opportunity for our community members to voice their opinion. And I thought it was a good.
Where are they?
You're interrupting. If you would like to leave, if you interrupt again, you will be dispatched.
So, Mayor, I mean, that's one of the things. All I'm saying is council may want to consider postponing until you have an opportunity to think about creating a survey that goes out to the community so that you can get that feel regarding taxation without rolling it into the official ballot and the election contests and election errors. I mean, all of those things that we have to litigate and address on an expedited basis will now apply to this advisory question. So that is my only concern.
Okay.
How many meetings did we talk about sales tax last year? Like, how many meetings did sales tax come up that we were doing this, and we were hashing it out? Like, how many meetings? How many?
You're talking about the
opportunities?
exemptions. Yeah, it was long and
The
drawn out.
exemptions, that we were going to make it year round, and then we talked about exemptions. How many meetings?
And I can tell you 4 people that are absolutely screaming about this that were not at any of those meetings.
This is an opportunity for them to voice their concerns and or their desires. Jamie?
So to Mr. Pinkish and Renner's point, and Peter's, like, I am so not against community input, but I think Holly made a really good point to us. And maybe we do this as sort of a survey instead of on the ballot. I would be 100% for that, because it's important for us to hear. But again, like Victor just said, y'all had so many meetings about this, and it hasn't even been a year to see the full impact.
I don't know the
that's just
structure
what my-
of the surveys. Seems like they're all online now via Facebook and they can be easily gamed. Like Holly said, when you go to the ballot, you get the opportunity to put your voice out. We have quite a few things
I
to.
think we could do a survey. That doesn't have to be on Facebook, but.
Mr. Mayor, I do, along with what Holly said, and she didn't actually explicitly say this, but I think embedded in what she was getting at is part of what council has said they want to do is educate people and get feedback from the community. When you're doing a ballot, anything on the ballot, and you wish to educate people, and you have to go by APOC rules, council has to pass a resolution that says we're authorizing the expenditure of public funds for the purpose of educating the public. Because you could be accused of trying to educate the public in favor of a ballot initiative or educate the public in opposition to, even when you're doing your absolute best to be neutral. So I just want to put it out there that if this does end up on the ballot in any form, we're going to very likely have to pass an appropriating resolution authorizing us to report to APOC and also potentially expend funds if there's any advertising costs or whatever and do that reporting.
So we don't expend those funds when we put a community member on the ballot?
The city isn't weighing in on pro or con that any particular candidate, so no, we don't do that. But in the case where we are being asked to educate the public on a particular issue, otherwise, if council says we're going to put it on the ballot, we don't want to talk about it. We don't want the city staff weighing in. We don't want, that's a different issue. Then we're not educating the public. We're staying.
I didn't see this resolution as educating the public. It's asking for them to vote
That's
yes or
good.
no.
That's, I'm clarifying. If the council as a whole says we don't want to educate the public, then it's a non-issue. Then the staff will not participate in that. I'm just trying to clarify. If we do want to put out any information to the public, that will require an authorizing resolution from council.
Two
Very good.
questions, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
In the spirit of not creating additional work for the administration and trying to garner as much public input as we can, even though we may be beating a dead horse here with a vocal minority, would it be possible to include a survey sheet with the ballots, whether that's viable or not? Would it also be possible just to do a mass mailing to the registered voters with a self-addressed return envelope? It'll cost a few $100, and anybody who has an opinion then has the opportunity to do so. Those are my two questions.
Holly?
I haven't seen that approach, but at the ballot box, I just would want to look at what the requirements are, because again, the election has to take place in a certain way, but I think it's worth looking at. Certainly doing it, even if you're doing it, the mailing, absolutely no problem. If you're doing it in some, maybe you have the survey, you have the survey area set up outside the where people are casting their ballots, and maybe you can put it in with the ballot, but that is a question I'd have to research. I do want to also say that your finance director is correct. I do think it's an ordinance, not a resolution, but all she's really saying is when you have a proposition on the ballot, or a candidate, so any question on the ballot, any attempt by the city to influence the outcome of the ballot of those questions has to be disclosed, and appropriations have to be made. Certain accounting has to occur. And that's just, and now the city doesn't always do that. Obviously, when you have candidates, you don't advocate for or against a candidate as a municipality. So you don't go through that appropriation and financing and disclosure process. But what your finance director is referring to is we have numerous examples in other municipalities where they think they're putting forward a neutral educational piece, and APOC finds that there's a certain tone to that material. So that's something we just need to be aware of.
I don't think it would, educational. I think it's a very simple question, 6 months or 1 year. And one of the reasons why I'd like to have it on the ballot is we know that everybody that's on that ballot is a registered local resident. If you send out mailings, they're not necessarily local residents. David, do you have a comment?
No, just a lot of the stuff that's being spoken doesn't apply. I mean, the question is very simple. Should the city of Whittier return to a 6-month seasonal sale tax period, applying the 5% consumer sale tax only from April through September each year? There's no advertising, there's no marketing, there's no, we want you to do this or do that. It's just a very, very simple question.
Okay, I think we've discussed this long enough. Are there any further questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Given
Yes, Peter.
the scope of this conversation, I would like to explore the other options for garnering public input here, rather than a ballot initiative, non-binding ballot initiative. And I know time is short, but it shouldn't be too hard to pull one of those alternatives off to get to the same result. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Voting on the motion to approve Resolution 2025-030, a resolution submitting to the qualified voters at the regular city election on October 7th, 2025, a non-binding advisory ballot question regarding returning to a 6-month seasonal sales tax period. Mr. McAlto?
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush?
Yes.
Mr. Wagner?
No.
Ms. Lone?
No.
Mr. Shen?
No.
Mr. Denmark?
No.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
The motion fails 3-4.
Question, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Is this an appropriate time to make a motion to support one of the other alternatives for garnering public input?
Peter, I think it'd be easier if we just did that in council discussion.
Copy that.
Moving on to Resolution 2025-031.
Mr. Mayor, you did approve this resolution as part of the consent agenda.
Okay, so
Okay.
It was a commissioner who pulled out.
other new business. So on the commissioner appointments, I did not see where there were letters of interest.
There were none in the packet. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
They're in the packet.
Page 51.
I mean, I didn't run across them.
Miss Heather Brazelton's application is on page 50 and Miss Aubrey Jurgensen's application is on page 51. With a memo just preceding that explaining.
Sorry, I missed that. So there's Aubrey. But these are just the apps. There's no letter of interest. There's
Mr. Mayor, the applications are the letter of interest.
Okay. So, I'd like to appoint Heather Brazelton and Aubrey Jurgensen to seat A and C. Council, that's it, right?
The council would want to confirm those appointments.
Okay. Council, do the confirming or non-confirming?
I would treat this like a regular motion, so if someone could first and second the motion to confirm the commissioner appointments of Heather Brazelton, Planning and Zoning Commission seat A, and Aubrey Jurgensen, Planning and Zoning Commission seat C.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
I just have one question. Both of the application, they're both running for seat A.
Apologies. So yes, and
Yeah.
I confirmed with Aubrey after the fact, since there were two applications for the same seat, I confirmed that she would be willing to run for seat C instead, or not run, be appointed to seat C instead.
Gotcha.
Sorry, but I
was-
don't hear any further discussion.
Voting on the motion to confirm the commissioner appointments of Heather Brazelton to Planning and Zoning Commission seat A and Aubrey Jurgensen, Planning and Zoning Commission to seat C. Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mr. Shen,
Yes.
Mr. McAlto,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
Ms. Sloan,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and the commissioners are confirmed.
Okay, moving on to council comments.
No, Mr. Mayor, you also have the non-objection to the Wild Catch Cafe alcohol license renewal to consider.
Okay. Ask for a motion to put this on the table.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Hearing none?
Voting on the motion to not object to the Wild Catch Cafe alcohol license renewal, Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Ms. Sloan,
Yes.
Mr. McAlto,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. Shen,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and the council does not object to the Wild Catch Cafe alcohol license renewal.
Okay, moving into council comments.
Sure.
Peter?
So just to follow up about the resolution regarding garnering public input regarding the year-round sales tax. It seems to me that if we want to garner this public input, and I think that there is enough noise that we can finally put this to bed one way or the other, I would like to make a motion to direct the administration to do a bulk mailing to all registered voters in Whittier with the question, do they support the year-round sales tax or not? And also allow for any narrative on that form.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Hearing none?
Mr. Denmark, could you help me finish transcribing your motion? So direct administration to do a bulk mailing to all registered voters in Whittier with the question of, do they
Support the year-round sales tax.
Thank you.
And
Voting, oh, go ahead.
I would also like to add to that, to include in that bulk mailing, a self-addressed stamped return envelope to make it as easy as possible for people to respond. This whole thing should cost no more than a few $100.
It doesn't change my second.
Hearing no further discussion,
Voting on the motion to direct administration to do a bulk mailing to all registered voters in Whittier with the question of, do they support this year-round sales tax, to include a self-addressed stamped envelope to make it as easy as possible for voters to respond. Mr. Denmark.
Yes.
Mr. Wagner.
Yes.
Mr. Shen.
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush.
Yes.
Mr. McCulto.
Yes.
Ms. Lone.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
yes.
The motion passes and administration is directed to do a bulk mailing.
And Madam Clerk, did you capture the part about allowing room for any narrative on that return form?
No, but I will take that note down.
Thank you.
Okay, any other council members that have comments? Okay. So I have a few. One is I'd like to have the council direct the contractor who provided the preliminary waterfront economic development plan to appear before the September regular meeting. Do I have a motion? I'll make that motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I thought you weren't hunting. Okay. So basically, this economic development plan is missing quite a bit of data, and I'd like to have the opportunity to ask the contractor, where's the beef? Also, it was an excellent opportunity for us to have a narrative that explained why our economy in Whittier is emasculated due to the master lease. There was absolutely no mention of the master lease, and there were anyway, there were a lot of questions, and I'd like to have the opportunity to ask them why they were not included in the economic development plan, as well as the 55 acres at the head of the bay.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a question. Why don't you just ask them?
They wouldn't talk to me. They refused.
Wouldn't talk to
They
you.
would not. I asked and they refused. They referred me to administration.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just weigh in on that. I think it's important to say that when we have these types of public processes, that there is a very thoughtful and deliberate intention to make sure that everybody's voice is heard equally and everybody has an opportunity to weigh in. Everybody has an opportunity to participate in all the public sessions. Every council member has had those opportunities to participate. Many of you have participated not only once, but in multiple public meetings to provide your input. So if you have comments about wishing there was more input on, or more dialogue, or more statistics or data about the head of the bay, or the Alaska Railroad land, or the master lease, you as a citizen have every right to ask them to please put that information in there. So I would encourage you to go to the website, provide that public comment, that input, and they will add that voice to every other voice in the process. The intention was never to exclude a council member, including yourself. It was always to make sure your voice was heard equally as every other community member. So if you were denied the opportunity, it was not as a member of the public, but it was an intent to make sure that everybody's voices were heard equally and we didn't politicize the process. So with all due respect, I just think it's fair to say that is not an intention by the administration to twist anything or by the contractors, but they're very experienced in holding fair public processes. And that is the procedure that they follow. And it's kind of cookie cutter among professionals like them that are trying to do a public engagement process and make sure everybody's voice is heard equally. So I'm sorry if you feel disparaged, but I think you have not lost the opportunity to provide that input to them. And the way to do that would be to go to the website where they've asked for public input and make sure you get your comments in there. Thank you.
Mayor, one important thing to note, no plan can govern or direct conduct by or within the city without council approval. So your comprehensive plan, any sort of community development or strategic plan, the administration, may put out an RFP, you get a knowledgeable and expert individual who has the professional skills to help guide that process. But ultimately, it does nothing, it cannot mandate any kind of conduct without council having a chance to approve it via ordinance. So just something to keep in mind. So eventually, with all of these plans, if they're going to do more than just provide information regarding the public's perspective, it will come before the governing body of the city for adoption.
I just think we missed out on a great opportunity to have a narrative about the negative effect of the master lease. And evidently, they didn't bother to research that, even though it's well documented.
Comment?
Go ahead, let him go first.
Peter?
Yeah, I too have some concerns about scope, focus, contents, and relevance to our goals at the same time. And I, as a counselor, would like to hear a presentation to be able to express those concerns from the council table prior to it going out to the general public. So I am offering support to that idea. Thank you.
Yeah, and to further that, one of the things we didn't get that I saw was any comments about what to do with the tank farm with the 55 acres we have. But I went to one of those presentations, and this is what was presented to me. If I can get it to work here.
The green land that's shown on this is the land that would be intended to trade from the city of Whittier to the railroad. But that does include the existing tank farm area and the other areas.
So that's what everybody was told, but that was never the council's intent. So now was that revised, and were people informed that that was not the intent? And did we get anybody with interest in that 55 acres?
There was also information on the city website that said that council had tentatively approved that trade. There's never been a resolution. There was never a resolution. So there's a lot of misinformation, and that leads to a less than optimal report.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. Having attended most of those meetings, the contractors did admit that they misspoke, and at the same time, the city council was deciding what to do with the land. So when they first started the process, we hadn't made decisions. Council hadn't made decisions. So we gave them general rough idea, here's what's happening. And at that time, we were talking about a land swap. Later, council decided we're not interested in a land swap. We're simply going to buy land. And so depending on what period of time You want to pick, you can argue that they misinformed the public, but it's more fair to say that the city's circumstances changed. And when they recognized that circumstances changed and it now looked like they misspoke, they corrected themselves and apologized for having misinformation.
And
Nothing
yet
was
they're,
deliberate.
Mr. Mayor,
yet
I
they are bringing forward the idea and notion that with a 20-year economic development plan, that there'll be zero development at that 55 acres. I mean, zero. Okay? In
Mr.
other
Mayor,
words, it never changed.
Mr. Mayor, I would also like to add that during that time, the city did enter into an MOU that did have a land swap into it. This was a waterfront economic development plan. It only went for the front portion of the head of the bay. And I know that it did mention at some points the tank farm, but I believe that that could be possibly why you're missing that 55 acres, because it's not considered waterfront economic development. But I do want to point out, as Chris had also stated, that you're talking over many, many months of things running parallel together. And this was a huge one where we did have an MOU that did state that we were going to transfer lands. It is an MOU that you as a council all agreed upon. And then after that, that MOU was brought forward. It was approved. We did negotiations. And then in that point of negotiations is when the land transfer then did not get accepted, but it was still part of your MOU.
It's still put forward as a preliminary plan for the next 20 years to do zero development on 55 acres. The only
Mr.
land
Mayor,
that we
please don't
have that is
yell.
fee simple.
Mr. Mayor, please don't yell.
That's why I wanted it to have it available in September.
Need a break.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, how long would you like to recess for?
8 minutes.
Thank you.
So we're moving on with further council discussion.
No, Mr. Mayor, you still have the motion to direct to the contractor who developed the WEDP to appear before the council at the September regular meeting on the table. You had a first and a second, but it has not been voted on.
Okay. So any further discussion?
Sorry.
Oh, yes, Jamie?
I was just going to say, I just want to clarify that this is like out for just general public comment right now, correct? Like it's on the city website and they're still gathering public comment. That's the situation we're in. Okay. I know it means going to another meeting, but I would really, like when I hear discussions like this, I really would encourage other council members to go to the Ports and Harbor meetings when you can, and planning and zoning, because being a member, I know that we're working on this stuff a lot. We're discussing it a lot, and it's so much more valuable if these conversations are taking place while the plan is being made instead of after. And I know we're all super busy, but that's just, this isn't a criticism. I would just remind you guys that Ports and Harbor meets once a month and there's a lot of really big discussions happening. So
I think that's certainly part of my frustration, is that one of the most important discussions we have is held in the middle of the summer when nobody can come in. I mean, it's been brought up repeatedly that our best opportunity to participate in a narrative is between November and April. So, anyway, I just would mind having a couple of questions answered from the contractor, because it's kind of annoying that it's not worth their time. Yes.
If I might. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we had meetings January 7th and 8th, 15th and 16th of January. We had open houses in January and a couple, and we also had a online meeting on August 6th, and we've got the YouTube for that. It's online. It's on the city website. It's 34 minutes. It talks about the preliminary waterfront economic development plan. So it is online. I highly encourage you guys to check it out. It's very informative. It was them giving a rundown on where they are in the plan right now. The preliminary plan, the WEDP draft, went public 7/28/25, and we are currently in the public comment process, taking comments from the public until the 12th of September. At that point, they will regather with the information they get publicly, and they will bring that to the council for discussion and ultimately approval. I'm sorry, I don't have that date for that just yet, because I think we were waiting to see how much input we had from the public. Depending on how much we get, we may have to push that plan out further. So if you want a special meeting that's not in the scope, I can certainly talk to the contractors and work that out. But we've had a ton of input. That August 6th meeting was amazing online. We had some great input from that, and it was a really good presentation by Corvus to tell us where they were at with the plan.
So on that August 6th meeting, I waited 10 minutes to be allowed to join the meeting, and it seemed like they weren't really all that interested in verbal comment. They just wanted us to leave comment. And so
that is correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a question at the end.
I wanted to give verbal comment.
And there was a spot for that at the end.
I gave up.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So this is getting pretty long in the tooth here.
We still need to vote on whether we're going to have that
Okay.
It's on the table, unless you want to withdraw.
Let's call for a vote.
Voting on the motion to direct the contractor who developed the waterfront and economic development plan to appear before the council at the September regular meeting. Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. McAlto,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
Ms. Sloan,
No.
Mr. Wagner,
No.
Mr. Shen,
No.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes 4-3.
Okay, so the next item that I had is that administration has planned for a public meeting on September 10th, bringing Dow to give a presentation on September 10th is on a Wednesday. It is a school night. It is a night. It is a day in which there are 2 cruise ships. And so the whole community is probably not going to be very receptive after a very long day to go and eat spaghetti at the school. I'm going to be very busy that day. As the mayor, I am the ceremony head of the city. It'd be nice if the administration would consult with me so that we could come up with a time in which the community can actually, they can find babysitters, they haven't worked a full day of work, and maybe get better input. So I would ask for a motion from council to cancel the September 10th meeting and to set a public meeting for either September 20th or September 27th so that I could come to this town hall.
Mayor, can I interject? And
Sure.
so we actually went, Dow is the contractor working on the Whittier Moves master plan. And we heard that feedback from you a little over a month ago about the September 10th conflicts. So Dow actually shifted that date till September 12th. And so there were calendar invites sent out to the advisory committee. September 10th, what they're doing is they're having an open house in Anchorage. So they'll be having some of the stakeholders go in Anchorage to that open house. And then on the 12th, they're going to come down to Whittier. And in the morning, they're going to have the meeting with the Transportation Advisory Committee, which includes yourself and the vice mayor. And then they're going to have a youth engagement with the students at the school during the afternoon. And then there'll be a public open house between 3 and 5, I believe. So those invites were sent out to the advisory committee. I will make sure that they get to the council as well. But that's the plan moving forward.
So before everybody gets off work, you're going to have an open house?
I believe actually it's 4 to 6. I don't have the calendar right in front of me. So they wanted to give an opportunity to have folks that are getting off at 5 to come over to the school, and then also anybody that gets off a little earlier, that 4 to 6 window. And it's
So-
not the only opportunity for public input. This is just the second outreach method.
It just would, I would appreciate it if we could work together. It just seems like opportunity for me to interact it's not there, So, and it's obviously changing. Instead of the date that I requested, it's another date. Anyway, it's what it is. I think it would be nice if this Dow company would present to council before it starts presenting to the public. I mean, I'm not sure what's even going on.
They are actually just getting started on their public outreach process. So initially, they got started with collecting existing conditions and traffic and transportation data. And then they were down here last month with pop-up booths along the waterfront to gather some initial input from the public. So they're just getting started in the process, as well as the waterfront development plan and the Safe Streets for All. And gathering that initial existing conditions data, traffic data, and then the initial public outreach is really critical for them to get. And then it takes them some time to analyze as well. So there'll be more conversations and we can talk about the next steps after they come down in September 12th.
So,
That's the plan, right? And there is a public involvement plan that I'm happy to share and work with Dal to get that to the council.
so on this Safe Streets and Roads for All Notice of Intent to Award to Dow, how much is that estimated to cost?
So the contract or the proposal that we are currently in negotiations with the contractor Dow, they were selected. There were two proposals received, Kuna and Dow. Dow scored. We had an evaluation committee and Dow scored the highest. We're currently in contract, getting that contract finalized, and I believe it was a little over $80,000. So, and that's a grant that we received from the Federal Highway Administration.
That's $80,000?
A little over 80. I think it might be 81 or a little.
So
somewhere.
I thought administration was to bring before council anything over 6,000.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, this Safe Streets for All grant was received by the city about 2 years ago. At the time we received the grant itself is $84,000. We were told by the granting agency that you probably have to apply for another round of grant funding because it's probably going to cost you double to get this work done. And so when we went out to bid, we in fact received a proposal to complete the work within the scope of the original grant without additional funding requested. So this was already approved by the council to accept the grant and appropriate funds for the grant. So that has already been approved according to the requirements of the code. And in order to make sure council saw the contract itself, it's included in the packet for visibility for council, but it had already previously been approved. Thank you, Shelby. Resolution 2024-015.
Okay, I'll review that. So how did the process of the technical advisory committee, who decided who to select that?
So we collectively, we have to remember that this is a DOT project working in partnership with the city of Whittier. So the funds are coming straight from the state of Alaska. And so the contractor is reporting directly to the Department of Transportation in partnership with us. When we met with you, Mayor, I think it was over a month and a half ago, we went over the list of potential advisory committee members that we would propose to Dow and to DOT for their consideration. And following that meeting, we put together the final list. And then we also did an advertisement per your request to get 2 local citizens on the advisory committee. So after that, that committee was formed. There was input from DOT, and it was established, and the communication inviting those committee members and representatives to participate was sent out, I believe, 2 weeks ago.
Thank you. So I'll get to my favorite part, which is my last comment. A spouse of a director within the city administration has chosen to put their name on the ballot this October. This brings up a number of potential conflicts of interest concerns. in an abundance of caution, I
Mayor,
would,
can I just stop you there?
Please stop.
You have to stop on this particular issue because the council's role in an election and deciding what a candidate or can be or who it can be and how those laws apply is not the same as your role in other aspects of lawmaking. So you can pass code, you can have ordinances that put provisions and procedures in place for how you run an election, but council's role, because you are all elected candidates, right? At one point, you are elected, or you can be appointed for a remainder of a seat, but for the most part, you are elected officials, and therefore there's a presumption that you have an interest sort of in the election or the electoral process. Council's role really comes into play when you certify the election, which triggers a lot of other things. Any role before that is not appropriate. So that means to the extent you have questions regarding a candidacy or especially of a particular person, okay, so those.
it's not my concern.
So the only discussions of the electoral process regarding candidates or otherwise should come before this body in the form of an ordinance or a resolution changing law or certifying an election, dealing with an election contest, or in the way that we've been dealing with some of the processes surrounding elections.
So what we
Does that make
have
sense?
done, what the administration has done in the past is they host candidate meetings, okay? And in the instance in which the administration hosts candidate things, my concern is that the appearance of the administration possibly
Mayor, so what I'm saying is the clerk as the supervisor of the elections in that role, she will set up the elections to the extent council wants to say things like, for example, we want to see education, we want to see language interpreters, things like that. Those are things that can be brought before the council in a legislative instrument, such as an ordinance or a resolution. But I don't think it's appropriate for us to talk about the impact of a candidate's employment, whether their employment is with the city or their employment is outside, right? That's a legal question. As the supervisor of the electoral system, the clerk will need to deal with legal on that and to make sure your election system is lawful. So I would just say right now, don't raise questions regarding the legality of individual
I wasn't.
candidates. Okay, good. All
I
right.
wasn't.
Sorry if I
had
misunderstood.
No
That's great.
intention whatsoever. She made a choice. We respect that choice. What I was concerned about is the city administration in hosting.
Mayor, what you're doing right now is talking openly, referring with a pronoun about a specific candidate and conflicts using that candidate has and the appearance that has. I would just like to say that is not the reflection of this council. It is not a
Okay.
discussion that has
All right.
been sanctioned.
I apologize.
But I do encourage you to, if you have concerns regarding the code and how it applies, you can talk to us about
It's
that
fine.
after.
Very clear that she has, that the person is perfectly fine to put her name on the ballot.
Mayor, and I would also like to add that any type of community event will be run the same way that we have run it for the last 4 years, that is open for the public. We have ran them flawlessly, and the administration will continue to draw a very civil line when it comes to the way that your candidate night is presented, just as your clerk has done for the last 3 years.
I appreciate that. Okay, any other council comments?
Yeah, Dan, if I may.
Yes.
I'll be quick. I don't use Smitty's Cove very often, but I was down there recently, and there have been some extensive repairs done to the boat ramp down there. And who I'm sure Harbor Master Borg might be able to answer. Was that done by a private party?
Mr. Denmark, through the mayor, yes, it was.
Did they submit or ask for any recompense from the city?
Mr. Denmark, through the mayor, they asked for no permission. They got no permission. It was something they took on upon themselves, and I found out after the fact. So no, I have no plans of recompensing anybody. Thank you.
Mr. Denmark, I would also like to add that because these individuals chose to do it without a permit and opens up the city to liability because it was done in an open waterway.
Well, and then I guess I see where the administration's position on this is, but for people using the ramp down there, they actually did a pretty good bit of work for not all that much money, and that ramp is a lot safer to use now than it was before they got in there. And if there was concrete work being done down in Smitty's Cove and the city didn't notice, somebody should have noticed. One man's opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Citizens discussion. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak? Okay, moving on to council and administration response to citizens' comments, and then to executive session. Is there a motion and a second to enter into executive session to discuss Alaska Railroad Corporation land purchase and the Girdwood policing contract, matters which, if immediately disclosed, would tend to adversely affect the finances of the city? Whittier Municipal Code 2.08.04 B1, and to discuss city manager performance as per Whittier Municipal Code 2.08.040 B2, matters that would tend to injure the reputation of the person, provided, however, that person may request a public discussion.
Mayor, if it's okay, before you go to vote on that, I would like to request that for item 20 to stay in the room would be the finance director, the harbor master, the public works director, and our legal. And then for item 21, our police chief will call in and be online for that. Also, sorry, for 21, our contractors will be online. And then for 22, I request to keep the finance director in with me with that discussion.
That sounds good.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none?
Thank you. Voting on the motion to enter into executive session to discuss the Alaska Railroad Corporation land purchase and Girdwood policing contract as per Whittier Municipal Code 2.08.040B1, matters that, if immediately disclosed, would tend to adversely affect the finances of the city, and to discuss city manager performance as per Whittier Municipal Code 2.08.040B2, matters that would tend to injure the reputation of a person, provided, however, that that person may request a public discussion. Mr. Wagner.
Yes.
Mr. Denmark.
Yes.
Ms. Sloan,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush,
Yes.
Mr. McAlto,
Yes.
Mr. Shen,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. That motion passes at 10:02 p.m.
We can
Was there already a motion made to exit executive session?
I'll ask for that
I'll
motion.
make that motion.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded to exit executive session. Ready to vote? Okay. Mr. Wagner,
Yes.
Mr. McAlto,
Yes.
Mr. Pinkush.
Yes.
Ms. Sloan,
Yes.
Mr. Shen,
Yes.
Mr. Denmark,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The motion passes and the council exits executive session at 11:05 PM.
Thank you, council.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jackie.
Okay, so I move that we adjourn.
Do we need to direct?
We need to.
Do we need to
direct
direct or
the
not?
executive session topics? Okay, yeah, there's nothing.
We need to give direction.
No, we did.
Yeah, it's done. We're done. We're done.
Okay.